Game 1 on Friday night, it was all about Roy Halladay. His preparation is second to none, and it showed in the first inning and on against the Washington Nationals. 7 innings to reach 200 innings for the season. 5 strikeouts, one big one right there from Kevin Mensch, and then he gave way to Ryan Matson and Brad Lidge, and they closed the door on a 1-0 victory for the Phils, and they were dancing in the stands. Last night, a different story. Steven Strasburg made his Philly debut, and he was pretty good through 4, and then in the 5th inning, when he was really cruising against the Phils, he allowed just 1 hit. Well, he ran into a little bit of problem with this changeup, was lifted from the game after showing an awful lot of pain. Today, he says he's okay. Well, he gave way to his bullpen last night in the 5th inning. The Phils thought, well, maybe we can get something against the Nationals bullpen. First Doug Slayton, then as the game went on, Miguel Batista, and finally a celebration for the Nationals. So, as we begin the final game of this 3-game series this afternoon here at Citizens Bank Park, the Phils are a game up in the wild card and 2.5 games back in the National League East. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Gary Matthews. Chris Wheeler will be here in just a little while. Well, the Phillies are looking to win another series this afternoon against the Washington Nationals. And they'll go with the guy who has a point to prove, Sarge, against the Nationals, and that's Roy Oswalt.
Yeah, you're right about that. He ended up losing his first game there in Washington, but that doesn't tell the story with Roy. This guy here will give you a chance to actually win. Now, take a look at his last start as he ends up pitching against the Giants there. There's a strikeout, and he is up and down in the zone. Not afraid to come in on hitters there. And not only that, he ended up helping himself out, getting down a bunt with 2 strikes. That ended up getting 2 big runs for him, and that's what keep pitchers in the game. Now, take a look at that first start against Washington. 6 innings there and gave up 7 hits. Just wasn't a good game for him. He said he had maybe some butterflies, but then them last 3 starts there, you can take a look at him. 20.1 innings there. I like the hits there that he has, 14. He is around the plate. This guy will give you an effort to win the ball game.
Yeah, 2-0 in his last 3 starts in a Phillies uniform. He's pitched very well here at Citizens Bank Park in his last 2 outings. Well, one guy the Phillies are very familiar with is the starting pitcher for the Washington Nationals, Scott Olson. Olson, who's been banged up since he was acquired by Washington. He's got a pretty interesting history against the Phils.
Yeah, you can get under this guy's skin right here. He's a left-hander, and let me tell you, he shows it as well. Now, take a look at this game here in 07 there against Utley as he steps out. That really frustrated the left-hander, and you can take a look at him. He's going to be jawing there at Utley. Hey, stay in there. Let me go on and throw that strike. But you can actually get under guys' skin by doing that. 2 nights later, well, look at this right going on. A little bit of a pushing kind of match going on. Not a lot of fighting and not a lot of hitting. More so pushing there. That's what baseball players do, not the regular fight like you might see in hockey there. Well, take a look at the career starts, 5 and 6 records there, 70 innings that he throws. I'm telling you, giving up a lot of hits there. Again, this is a guy for me that they should be able to handle just by taking pitches.
Yeah, the Phillies have 16 home runs against Scott Olson in 14 career starts. We'll see what he has to do with the Phils this afternoon. It's the final game of this 3-game series. Yes, it's Roy Oswalt for the Phillies. Scott Olson, meanwhile, makes his 13th start of the season for the Washington Nationals. Well, these first 2 games, we've seen some pretty good defense and some athleticism on both ends. Kyle Kendrick, a nice play at the plate here. And then to finish this baby up, Roger Bernardina going climbing of the wall. We'll take a look at the lineups of the first pitch when we return. Phillies few moments ago. That's a good sign because the Phillies have taken the field and have gotten themselves set for this afternoon's ball game against the Washington Nationals. Let's take a look at the Nationals lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off in center field, Nyjer Morgan. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, bats second. Adam Dunn hits third, followed by Ryan Zimmerman, the third baseman. Roger Bernadina's in left field. He'll bat fifth. Mike Morse hits sixth. And in the bottom third of Adam Kennedy at second base. Will Nieves at catcher. And batting ninth and pitching is left-hander Scott Olson. And they'll face righty Roy Oswalt, who has really settled the ship, Wheels, since coming over from the Houston Astros. And he's pitched pretty well in the ballpark in his 2 starts.
He has, Tom. And you know, he admits that in that first game in Washington, he was right off the plane, into the hotel, at the ballpark. Didn't really know anybody. He was kind of amped that day. So here's our Southwest Airlines scouting report. He doesn't have real good numbers against the Nationals this year, but overall pretty good because he pitched games against them when they were the Montreal Expos. And he's used his changeup a lot. Says he developed that thing earlier this year and really finds that to be an effective pitch for him.
Well, Nyjer Morgan's going to lead it off for the Nationals. Morgan is 2 for 10 in the series. They're just waiting for the Nationals bullpen to get to their spot and the Phillies bullpen to get to their spot. And the first pitch of the day, fastball taken up high, and we're underway, and it's 1-0. Actually, it was a breaking ball from Oswalt. Morgan overall hitting .262 with no homers and 12 RBIs. Good changeup. That's the one Wheels is talking about. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He got hurt with that pitch last time out with some pitches up in the first inning. Some changeups. But it is really a very effective pitch for Oswalt.
Line drive. Base hit right past Polanco into left. And Morgan's aboard. So a leadoff single for Nyjer Morgan. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, Wheels, brought to you by Nissan.
Well, win the series. You know, it's really important this time of the year to win series, and that's what the Phillies have been doing lately. Try to win those 2 out of 3s. You're playing over 600 baseball. Try and get the offense rolling in. It's stalled recently. The Astros didn't score for Roy Oswalt. The Phillies haven't scored a whole lot for Roy Oswalt.
Yeah, last time out, Roy Oswalt would have thought the dam was breaking because the Phillies scored 9 runs behind him.
Yeah, but I think it was only like 3 when he was in.
That's true.
3 or 4 when he was in there, so it looks a lot better.
Well, it's the end of the model year, and Nissan's laying it all on the line. Nissan's bottom line sales event is going on now. Here's Ian Desmond. Desmond had a heck of a night last night. He reached base 5 different times, had 4 hits. And you see what he's done over his last 10 games. And in this series alone, he's 7 for 10.
Phillies have had first inning problems in this homestand against the Giants. Halladay got out of his jam on Friday night. Kyle Kendrick did not get out of his yesterday, and hopefully nothing will happen here. But the Giants scored in all 3 first innings in that series.
And Morgan goes, and he's going to have that base stolen easily. He timed Oswalt and didn't even, well, Oswalt wasn't even in his motion, and Morgan was going.
Yeah, it looked like Roy would have had time to step off without balking, too. He left so early. But I don't know, whether anybody yelled at him. We couldn't hear it.
Well, it's the 31st stolen base of the season for Morgan. 1-1 the count to Desmond. And he shows bunt and misses, and it's 1-2.
A good job by Desmond, too. He just saw the whole thing unfolding, so he took the pitch. What if he did that on his own? Because to me, this guy, the way he's driving the ball right now, and he can hit it the other way, you'd think they'd rather have him swinging here.
Well, he's had a good year against the Phillies. You just saw those numbers. 378 with a home run.
I mean, it's nice to give yourself up.
Breaking ball pulled left side, not hit that hard. Jimmy has to hurry the throw, and it's in time to get Desmond.
How'd that miss?
I don't know. He did a sort of a scissor jump to get away from that grounder.
And then Jimmy Rollins, that was a tough play for him. Now they're going to have to go get, some guys are going to have to go get sunglasses. They don't have. Here it is. You see, he reaches out. Now look at Morgan. Whoa, what an athletic move. And now Jimmy's got to come up firing for Desmond, who can really run. Look, there it is again, and it just misses him. Good call. Now all kinds of guys are running in for sunglasses.
Well, the sun just popped out. We mentioned about 15 minutes ago there was a pretty good shower going on down on the field. And the grounds crew decided not to cover the field. They looked very content to just let it take its course. So a runner at third with one out. Here's Adam Dunn. The infield is back all the way around. Dunn is 1 for 5 in the series. He has walked 5 times. And he takes a fastball for a strike.
Obviously, you play the infield back here in the first inning and give up a run. That's good base running by Morgan. Not only missed the ball, but to go to third base on a ball hit towards shortstop. He read it well.
Read the fact that it was hit softly enough that he could outrun any kind of throw by Jimmy Rollins.
Right, there's no chance that Rollins was going to try to make a play at third base on him. Oswalt working from the stretch here with the runner at third.
Swing and a miss. Good tailing fastball, and it's 1-2. Oswalt over his last 3 starts is 2-0 with a 2.21 ERA, and it's because of this pitch like right here to lefties. Not as much to righties because it's going inside too much to right-handers.
Yeah, that had some real good run to it away from Adam Dunn.
And a call, strike 3, right on the outside corner. Dunn thought it was too far outside, and he goes down looking on strikes.
Yeah, it looked like a strike. Looked like it sure had the plate going over the front of it. It's a strike.
154th time that Dunn has been struck out this year.
Chris Guccione ringing him up.
Well, with 2 outs, here's Ryan Zimmerman. Zimmerman overall hitting .303 with 24 homers and 70 RBIs. Second most RBIs for the Nationals behind Dunn. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Chris Guccione is behind the plate. And Brian Honora is over at third base. Phil Cuzzi's at second. And Jerry Crawford is around at first. Swing and a miss. He overpowered him. 0-2 now to Zimmerman. Well, he's just raring back right now. 4 straight fastballs.
He has a good fastball. You know, you can see a lot of times early in the game the ball coming out of a guy's hand. And right now, Roy has very good life on his fastball, which hopefully will set up that other stuff he has, like that big old slow hook. And he's already used his changeup. And he'll throw a slider once in a while, too.
First pitch of the game was a slider.
Yeah. He has something in mind where he wants to go right now, and Carlos Ruiz didn't get to it right away. So, you know, he wants him to go through the signs again.
0-2 the count. They're on the same page. Ruiz sets up outside. And it is outside. Blocked by Carlos, and it's 1-2.
Well, he wanted to go to a breaking ball there, and that's what they finally decided on. He didn't throw that big looper that he throws on the plate a lot of times. He threw one that looked like intentionally down and away, see if he'd chase.
And a new baseball for Oswalt. Roy traded to the Phillies on the 29th of July. And we'll see one of the guys who he was traded for later on this week when Jay Happ comes back to pitch for the Astros on Wednesday night here at the ballpark. He's ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Let's see what they go with.
Went through everything and got back to fastball. Now he's not sure. See, Carlos started out with changeup and wound up going. Then he went curveball, then he went slider, and then he went to fastball. Fastball away. They went location more than anything here.
And a fastball just missed. That was very good location.
That was their feeling there. I think that they could go fastball away and freeze him. So the pinky go down away. That means fastball away, and that pitch is outside.
So 2-2 the count to Zimmerman. A tough hitter. Opposite way, and a foul ball.
Sun is out all of a sudden after a shower right before the game started. It's really hot and muggy kind of day that pitcher you don't want to see them run their count up if it's your guy.
Yes, some blue skies have popped up. It was cloudy for most of the day. The tarp was on the field. The sunglasses, though, are on. Breaking ball popped foul toward the Hall of Fame club. And it remains 2-2. Zimmerman's fouled off a couple pitches.
Can't quite put him away. He's fouled off, as Tom says, certain pitches, and they're all different locations.
You see Zimmerman's numbers. We said he's second on the team in RBIs, but he is their best player. Dunn has the most RBIs, but Zimmerman's the most productive guy all the way around. And time is called. Ruiz now wants to have a conversation with Oswalt.
They're having a strange first inning, especially with Zimmerman right now. They're just not on the same page of what they're trying to do. And even Carlos right there, after they had called the pitch and they were all set to go, something made him decide, I want to go talk to him.
Now you wonder if that adversely affects the pitcher or the hitter, because then the hitter's thinking even more.
Yeah.
They went inside with that fastball, and it was a little high.
That was it. You know, they wanted to change location on him because he's locked in away, fouling everything off. So they wanted to come inside and then missed.
So a very early cat and mouse game between the pitcher and hitter. 3-2 the count to Zimmerman. And a swing and a miss. He fooled him. He was looking outside, and he got a pitch inside. It wasn't the fastball. It was the changeup at 83 miles per hour. 2 strikeouts for Oswalt to finish up the top of the first. But he was stranded there, so we go to the bottom of first. We'll see what the Phillies have to offer Scott Olson. Let's take a look at Charlie's starting lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Leading it off at shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. Raul Ibanez, the left fielder, bats second. Placido Polanco hits third, followed by Ryan Howard, the first baseman. Jason Worth is in right field, batting fifth. Shane Victorino hits sixth. The number 7 batter is Carlos Ruiz, the catcher. Wilson Valdez, the second baseman, bats eighth. And batting ninth and pitching, of course, is Roy Oswalt. And they will face left-hander Scott Olson, 26-year-old, who's making his 13th start of the year. And I'll tell you, Wills, when he was with the Marlins, I thought he was going to have a heck of a career.
Yeah, he still has a lot of ability. He's had shoulder problems. He missed some time in the DL again this year. Had surgery last year. Numbers aren't real good. And, left-handed hitters hit him pretty well. He's funny. He's either on or off. He's one of those kind of guys that he doesn't really seem to have that middle ground. Here's our scouting report on him. His velocity is up since he's come off the disabled list, and they'll use slider and changeup. A lot of games against the Phillies over the years.
And a base hit for Jimmy Rollins right out of the chute toward left center field. Morgan was playing deep. Jimmy's still going to test his arm, and he'll get there easily. A I was about to say Morgan was playing deep, so he was able to cut that off, but he doesn't have much of an arm. And Jimmy realized that, and he was going away from the play.
Yeah, and you see where he's playing him, too. He's over here in right center field. He's got to come over here for the ball. Had a long, long run. As Tom said, even though he had a pretty good angle, long way to go for that because of the way the defense was set up.
And Jimmy was safe at second, safe and secure with New York Life.
Now the Nationals had a runner to second base with nobody out in the first inning. Did not get anything. Phillies would like to make something out of this and take a lead here.
Oh, Raul Ibanez up to the number 2 spot today, playing this afternoon against a lefty because he has such good numbers against the lefty. He's 5 for 10 against Olsen for his career.
That's what Charlie was talking about before the game. He said, I will play him today. He says, because he hits this guy.
It was one of those days where everybody was waiting to see what the lineup was going to be because there was a left-hander on the hill. It was a day game after a night game. Phillies have a couple of guys just off the DL, and Chase Utley and Ryan Howard, and guys were wondering, am I going to get into the game today?
Well, you know, it's funny. A lot of days we'll go in there like a Sunday, and he'll have 2-3 lineups sitting in front of him. He had it made out early today. He said, I got to go talk to Utley. I haven't done that yet. He wasn't looking forward to that.
Wanted on the count to Ibanez. And back toward the middle. That'll get Jimmy over to third. Desmond throws out Ibanez. One away. Well, prior to the ball game today, the Phillies honored the great Jerry Crawford, longtime Major League umpire, who quite possibly is upping his final game here in Philadelphia. He's going to retire after 33 years. Jerry, a graduate of Monsignor Bonner High School. That's right, here in the great city of Philadelphia.
Him and Bill Egbert.
Eggy, tip your hat on behalf of Jerry Crawford.
Jerry's from Howardtown, a Delaware County guy all the way. Lives in Florida now, but what a great guy. And one of the better umpires.
Yeah, his dad, Shag Crawford, retired in 1975. As Polanco lifts one to right center field. That'll be deep enough to score Jimmy. Morgan's under it, makes the catch, no throw to the plate, and the Phillies leading 1-0.
Nice fundamental run by the Phillies right there. You know, double, get him over, get him in. Lead 1-0. And just a little more on Jerry. Lucky enough to know Shag really well and sit and talk baseball with him over the years. What a wonderful guy. And back in the old days, used to go out with guys after the game like him and Frank Pulley and Eric Gregg and Dutch Renner. And I learned so much about their end of the business. And it's different what they do. And they are impartial and they do the best they can. I always try to give umpires a benefit of the doubt because they have a tough job down there. And that's one of the best guys you'll ever want to meet. And we'll miss him.
Still one of the better ball and strike umpires in the league. We won't get a chance to see him behind the plate in this series, obviously, because this is the end of the 3-game series and he's over at first.
His brother Joe is an NBA official, of course, and he's not here today. And the reason is, as Jerry told me before the game, he says it's cloudy. He says he works in arenas. He doesn't go out when it's cloudy. I said, can we say that? He said, oh, yeah, he'll be listening. He'll enjoy that.
That's great.
So, Joe, that's what he said about you.
Swing and a miss by Howard. It's 1-2. Well, Jerry umpired the plate in the final game at the Vet and the first game here at Citizens Bank Park. And his dad, Shag, was still alive when we closed the Vet. He was out at home plate exchanging the lineup cards.
Great day when they were be able to out there together. Shag was a wonderful man to talk baseball with. Just a guy who loved the game, and he passed that along to his son. And they're big sports guys in that Crawford family.
2-2 the count to Howard. And a swing and a miss, and Ryan's down on strikes to finish up the first. But the Phillies do get a run on the sac fly by Placido Polanco. We've completed one. We go to the second. 1-0 Phils. traveling this season, take the Phils with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Phillies game live or on demand on your computer. Visit Phillies.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. We begin the second, and Roger Bernardino leads it off for the Nationals. Phillies lead it 1-0. Bernardino hit a 3-run home run in last night's ball game, and that basically capped the game for Washington. And pushed it out of reach, really, for the Phillies.
And he made some play on Ryan Howard in the ninth inning, too, out there in left center field. Took an extra base hit away from him.
Bernardino and Desmond both have had very good years against the Phils. And he bunts it toward third. Polanco charges, bare hands, throws off balance, not in time. Boy, I thought Paulie had a chance to get him, and he did, but Bernardino was flying up the first base line.
Well, he's got a real good combination of power and speed. Jerry's had a couple bangers right out of the chute today.
Yes, he has.
And he got them both right. See, Ryan Howard cheats a little bit down there trying to get the call. And as Tom said, Polanco does everything he can there, but he beats the play. And you see him come off that bag kind of quick. That's what they'll do. A first baseman will do that and, you know, try and get the call, but he was safe.
So now Bernardino, who has 9 stolen bases, will take his lead at first as Mike Morse stands in. Morse is playing some more because of the injury to Josh Willingham. Kind of alternating in right field with Willie Harris.
He'll play a lot because Willingham's done for the year.
Jim Riggleman said that it's not going to be a straight platoon, but he'll mix and match opportunities for the two. And Willie Harris started last night with good numbers against Kendrick and being a lefty. And now Mike Morse starts today. And Oswalt is quickly ahead 0-2.
He looks like he's really trying to crowd him right now. No, see if they go away for the kill. But first 2 pitches have been right on his hands, and he hasn't come close to handling the ball in there. And what a pitcher will look for when he's doing that to a guy, to see if he starts to open early and try to cheat a little bit for the ball in there, and then they'll definitely go away.
Try to go away, but not far enough away, and up a little bit, and it's 0-2. Remains 0-2.
Yeah, he's been late on the fastball and getting jammed on it early. And you know, when the guy has a running live fastball like Oswalt, you can do some things with a guy with a big swing like this. Right in there again.
This time with a changeup.
Yep. Everything is trying to keep his arms close to his body.
Well, there's not a bad seat in the house, and you can even make your own seat if you're small enough. Into the count to Morse. And a breaking ball didn't hook all the way, and it goes upstairs. It's 1-2.
Yeah, he tried to freeze him there. Tried to freeze him there with a curveball. Just didn't get the plate, or he may have had it.
Bernardino takes off, and that ball's fouled off Morse's leg. And it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. I guess they must see something with Oswalt, because they're moving pretty quick before he even comes into his motion to the plate.
They think they have, yeah, that's a good point, because they must think they have something on a first movement. And, you know, he's probably going to have to vary something or step off a little bit. Hold the ball with potential base stealers.
Toss over, and Bernardino's back ahead of the tag.
Maybe he may have just gotten a throw over from the bench there.
I mentioned before how Oswalt has pitched twice against the Nationals this year. His numbers are not very good against Washington. One of those games, he was ejected from the ball game.
Bill Hahn.
Yep. Another foul ball by Morse. That was back at Minute Maid Park earlier this season. After 2 1/3, he and Bill Hahn got into a little bit of a discussion, and Bill Hahn threw him out of the game. That day, Oswalt had allowed 4 earned runs in 2 1/3.
Yeah, he didn't like some ball and strike calls in that game. Boy, he is really crowding this guy, and he is committed to staying in on him, and he keeps fouling pitches off. You wonder sooner or later they're going to try and throw something away and see if he'll chase.
Runner goes, breaking ball lifted in the air, shallow left over toward the line. Ibanez, a long run. He's there. 1 away.
Well, he did. He threw a curveball, and he got him way out in front of it and popped him up. Shallow left field to the Ibanez. Here it is. Now, after all this stuff in, see him double pump almost in Morse there. Hips are wide open, and he hits the shallow fly ball to left.
And now Adam Kennedy, who's 6 for 14 against Oswalt in his career. Kennedy is a former St. Louis Cardinal, so that's where he had a lot of his at-bats against Roy. Runner goes, and the pitch is hit foul over the dugout.
Bernardino's going to need oxygen.
He's looking over at the third base coach's box on Pat Listash.
It seemed like a straight steal, too. I don't think it was hit and run, because that was a strike. It wasn't like he was swinging there trying to protect the base runner. It was like he was swinging there to do some damage.
Looked like Bernardino and Dan Radisu were having a little laugh about his running.
Got a big lead.
Goes again. Pitches outside. The throw to second by Ruiz, a little high, and Bernardino's safe.
Well, he was committed to going there, and he stole that on Oswalt.
Second stolen base of the afternoon for the Nationals.
Big lead and a great jump, and no hesitation at all from whatever they're seeing. Carlos really didn't have a chance unless that thing was right on the bag.
Looked like Jimmy was trying to block him from getting to the bag. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Got good changeup here this afternoon, along with a lively fastball, but throwing way too many pitches. A lot of foul balls.
Found another one off, and it remains 1-2 to Adam Kennedy. There's Will Nieves waiting on deck. Busy morning already for that youngster. A little face painting. When got his #1 foam finger. And he foul tips it in and out of the glove of Ruiz. Looked like he swung at that ball and it was just about in the glove of Ruiz.
It was almost like he was looking for something off speed, thinking he could foul a fastball off, which you should never do with a guy that throws as hard as Oswalt. And he does. He somehow just fouls that at the last split second. You wonder, how can you look for changeups and breaking balls with 2 strikes off a guy like this?
I think that got a piece of Carlos. I don't know if it got him in the left shoulder. They got a piece of him, though. He's late again.
You have to foul ball count pretty soon.
It's the foul ball that hit Ruiz. Look how late he was on that. It looked like it hit his left shoulder. And it came back at a pretty good velocity.
No better in the right shoulder. Tim McCarver used to talk about that all the time. He knew when he got hit on the shoulder, they're going to run on the next pitch.
Absolutely. Change up in the air to right field. Jason Worth is there to make the grab, and Bernardino goes back to second. And there are 2 outs.
Now, you don't really pitch around Nieves, I don't think, here, because he's not not a guy that should hurt you, but yet you don't want to get hurt because Olson's not a good hitter, the pitcher on deck. So we'll see how they decide to go after Nieves.
Nieves is 1 for 8 against the Phillies this year, and 12 for 56 lifetime. Before he went on the restricted list because of the birth of his daughter, he just came back yesterday. He was hitting the ball pretty good.
6 for 10, 3 of them bombs. I misread that. Not 3 home runs, but 6 for 10.
Still pretty good.
Yeah.
Oswalt has used 15 pitches to get the last 2 batters.
Yeah, a lot of fouls. It's kind of like a Hamels game.
Change up in there for a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Phillies scored a run in their half of the first to take a 1-0 lead on a sac fly. The Nationals have had a runner in scoring position in the first 2 innings. In the air to center field. Not that deep. Playable for Victorino. He backpedals a little bit. And Oswalt strands another runner in scoring position. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We've played 1.5. Jason Worth is due to lead off when we return. Is coming to My PHL 17. Catch Jeremy Piven in the acclaimed comedy series Entourage, where the day-to-day life of a Hollywood actor is anything but ordinary. Weeknights this fall on My PHL 17. Well, the sun is shining brightly this afternoon after some rain in the area. No batting practice for either club. Tarp was on the field for most of the morning, and the crowd took a little bit of time to settle in, and then it started to rain right before game time, so they scurried back toward the concourse. But now everybody seems to be settling in, trying to keep cool and keep up to date on what's going on around the Delaware Valley. And Jason Worth will lead things off here in the bottom of the second. Jason did not start last night's ball game against Steven Strasburg, who left in the 5th inning with an apparent arm injury. Now, Strasburg was at the ballpark earlier today, and he worked out, did his normal workout routine, and expressed that he felt fine, which was the good news that the Nationals were hoping to hear, and they're hoping to get even better news when he has an MRI down in Washington. As Worth lines one towards center, and Morgan was playing way out there, and he makes the catch. Anyway, he's back. He's going back to Washington right now to get the MRI, and this is where he hurt himself against Dominic Brown.
Threw a change up there, and it just looked bad. I mean, the way he winced and looked at his elbow and then flicked his hand like it had gone numb. All those things, when you see that, you think that can't be good. So hopefully the news is good on him, because he's great for the game.
Well, as Jim Riggleman was even saying earlier today, and a couple other folks from the Nationals, Strasburg informed them that he had the same kind of thing happen when he was in college. as Victorino takes a pitch for a strike and then pitch through it. But they're not going to take any chances with that kind of a reaction. So the MRI will be done down in D.C. and they'll get more information. A looper toward right center. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Morris cuts it off. Victorino flying to second, and he's there easily. He didn't stop. He read double right off the bat on that one. And he's in scoring position with one away.
Well, you've been talking, Tom, how deep their outfielders are. So, you see that after a while. He hits that ball at the end of the bat. Shane got hit a changeup right there. Hits it off the end of the bat, and it carried pretty well. And it's cut off by Morris, but he's so deep that he gets that double by running hard right out of the box.
And Victorino is safe and secure at second with New York Light.
That was a no-brainer, safe and secure there.
You could hear the organ music going as soon as he slid into second, Wheels.
When he left home plate.
Yep. So here's Ruiz with a runner in scoring position. Carlos 1 for 3 in the series. He didn't play last night. Carlos is looking out at second and realized that Victorino didn't put his gloves on yet, so he was giving him some extra time. He still hasn't put his gloves on.
Boy, they playing him to pull. Got shortstop Desmond way over in the hole. And see where Kennedy, the second baseman, is up the middle, trying to keep Victorino close to second. A lot of room to the left of second base. One of those, play him to pull and in the infield and the other way in the outfield. Figuring he'll pull the ball if he hits it on the ground, and then out here more so that he'll hit the ball the other way in the air.
He tried to work it away to Ruiz, and he lays off. Carlos 419 with runners in scoring position since the 28th of July.
In the 7-hole today because Utley not playing and Valdez in the lineup.
The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is William Plunkett of Ben Salem. If the Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, the Bill's going to win a whopping $400. That's some pretty good jackpots. We're building it up and then handing it out.
Right, Phillies are not a home run hitting team at this point.
All of a sudden.
And a little bit of a scoring drought. That's why it was nice to see him manufacture that run in the first inning.
And Olsen was going to step back towards second anyway. Time was called by Ruiz.
Well, Olsen was going to make sure that Victorino didn't break and steal third. So he just held on to the ball.
Little low, and it's 3-2. Phillies have scored a run in the first inning to take a 1-0 lead. Hadn't scored a first inning run since the 6th of August. It's a long time. We're saying they were coming from behind with a lot of these victories.
Yeah, the opposition has been taking the lead at home here quite a bit. And Oswalt did a nice job pitching out of trouble in the first today.
Ball 4, and the Phillies have runners on first and second. Carlos not trying to do too much. And working the count and then working out a walk. First walk issued by Olsen. It'll bring Wilson Valdez to the plate. Valdez's role has certainly changed as this year has come about. He was in the minor leagues to start. Then was kind of a utility player. But when Chase went down and went on the disabled list, he became the everyday second baseman and has earned a big league job with his play as a utility man. And that's hard to do during the course of a season. And he nubs it foul.
We talked about Charlie going and talking to Chase Utley today and saying you're not playing, and he wanted to get that over with because that's never fun for the manager. And he said he was all right with it, but Charlie was making a point that he's more comfortable when he does these kind of things now because he knows what Valdez can do. But before when he would sit Utley down or Rollins down, it was like, where am I going to go? But now he knows he has a guy that can do a pretty good job for him.
He's down in the count 0-2. Valdez was interesting when he was talking about how he was preparing, for preparing to ease back into the utility role. He said he knew his schedule was going to change because he would have to take grounders at second base, shortstop, third base. But he also wanted to make sure that he was taking fly balls in the outfield, too.
Yep, they feel he could play the outfield if they really need him out there.
Behind 0-2 with 2 runners on.
We're out here early, and a lot of people come out early and hang out in Ashburn Alley, catch home run balls and all. Watch Valdez shag before the game. He's really good in the outfield.
There's Ashburn Alley, which is open for batting practice before the gates around the ballpark open. You can get in to watch BP and also get some of the eats that are out in Ashburn Alley as well. Up high, 1-2. I think Nieves just stepped in front of the plate just to remind Olson that Victorino is on second because Shane was getting a pretty good lead. And at one point it looked like he was going to take off.
Olson's going to put his infielders asleep right now. He is really deliberate. So wet out there already, too. You can see that road jersey started out gray, and now it's really dark gray. He's probably going to have to change shirts a few times.
He's got a couple of shirts on underneath that uniform. He's got it looks like a t-shirt and a long sleeve shirt. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Astros lead the Marlins 1-0 in the top of the 5th. Michael Bourne has a couple hits and a run scored.
Marlins won 5 in a row. They've really been streaky this year. They either win a lot or lose a lot, it seems like. They don't have a lot of middle ground.
They have that Andrew Miller going today. He's back in the big leagues.
Good prospect. Another one of those basketball-sized pitchers they have. Seems like you got to be 6'6" to pitch for them, unless you're Ricky Nolasco.
Right. Then you just have to be really good.
Yeah.
Every basketball team needs point guard, Wheels.
Yes.
Two and 2 now to Valdez. A long at bat with a few foul balls and a lot of time in between pitches.
Watching their infielders out there, see the total foul balls in this. They're really having trouble trying to get some kind of movement before the pitches because he's really slow.
To the right side, Kennedy has it. There's one. Desmond quickly to first. A 4-6-3 double play on a changeup from Scott Olson. So the Phils get a hit, leave one. We go to the third. It's 1-0 Philadelphia. Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. Wheels, how many times did Phillies Hall of Famer Steve Carlton strike out more than 300 batters in a season?
That'll be a guess.
The anguish on your face is
that's
very entertaining.
That's not one of those things we just go, I got it. That's where there's research involved, and we're not allowed to do it.
No. Well, I mean, you could. We would never know.
But I won't. I'm not trying to play Father Flanagan here, but I won't. Either get it or don't get it.
Well, the answer will be revealed in the 7th.
Could play hot cold, with me. If I say 3, you could say hot cold,
I won't say that now. We can do that later on. Scott Olson leads it off, and he takes a fastball for a strike.
I'm trying to think if he ever did it with the Cardinals.
See, that would be the tough part for me.
Yeah, because he had a lot of strikeouts before he came over to the Phillies.
Ruiz takes a foul ball off the leg, and it's 0-2. Olson is just 1 for 19 this season.
The foul balls 11 already. At 10 coming into this inning out of around 41 pitches.
Lines it to right on one hop. Worth has it. Bobbles thought about throwing, and Olson safe at first. Boy, if he come up with that cleanly, he would have had him at first. Well, tomorrow the Phillies begin a 4-game series against the Houston Astros. There are tickets still available for Monday and Wednesday's games, both at 7:05. Brett Myers starts on Monday. Jay Happ starts on Wednesday for the Astros. You can get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. It'll be Myers against Blanton, Happ against Roy Halladay.
I think he might be a little amped tomorrow, Brett Myers.
I would think overly amped.
One could go off the screen eventually. I don't mean a foul ball either.
Here's Nyjer Morgan, who singled his first time up. He bunts it up the first base line. It's going to be a tough play, and he got him. Oswalt stayed down to make that toss, and that seemed like the right move. And now he's going to go replace the divot. Up to second goes Scott Olson. They'll give a sacrifice on that.
Oh yeah, you see what a great athlete Oswalt is. You said he knew what he had to do there. He knew the runner. That's a tremendous bunt. I mean, he's bunting for a base hit there, and they'll give him a sacrifice because of the situation. But he knows he can't do anything except pick it up and fire it. He can't stand up. Good job by Roy Oswalt.
If he stands up, that costs him the second or two that would give Morgan the base hit.
And they give the sacrifice because even though he's bunting for a base hit there, there's nobody out, and they're trailing by 1. So they will give sacrifice.
Well, Desmond grounded out to short his first time up. That moved Morgan over to third with a 1-man down. And Morgan was stranded at third.
So you wouldn't sacrifice in that situation because it's tough to bunt the pitcher to second if you show it right away. So that's why, that is definitely a bunt for a base hit.
Kind of odd to look at the biographies of Ian Desmond and Roger Bernardita, and you see drafted in this year or that year by the Montreal Expos.
Yeah.
Instead of the Washington Nationals.
It's starting to seem a long time ago that the Montreal Expos were around.
Swing and a miss. He got it with some high cheese. 2 outs. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, The Braves have jumped out to a 1-0 lead in Omar Infante's leadoff home run in the top of the first. But the bigger news came earlier today when Lou Piniella announced that today will be his last game. He has decided that he is done. He was going to retire at the end of the year, but he's going to retire at the end of today's game. Mike Quade, who is a former manager in the Phillies organization, will manage the team for the rest of the year. I can't see Piniella coming back with a different team. Can you?
Yeah, I think he's burnt out right now. It depends financially if he's okay. And, he said he does have a lot of family situation going on right now. His mom is very ill. He went home for a while. And he said that's really, and what made the decision. Probably watching Marmol on Friday didn't help either.
Swing and a miss by Dunn. It's 0-2.
Get tired of watching that act. That's their closer of the future, and he's thinking that's not my future. I want to live to be whatever his next birthday is.
Yeah, they had that game won, and they wound up losing it in the 9th inning.
Well, you get tired of watching your closer walk guys.
0-2 the count to Dunn with a runner at second base. 2 outs here in the top of the third. It was interesting that they named Mike Quade the manager and not Alan Trammell, their bench coach. Trammell has major league managerial experience.
Well, everybody thinks that Ryan Sandberg is going to be the manager there. That seems to be the consensus. We'll see. He is their AAA guy. He's a big-time hero in Chicago, a Hall of Famer. I never could think. First met Ryan Sandberg, and even when he played, think of him as a manager. He didn't say boo. He quiet guy. Got more gregarious as time went on, but never think of him as that kind of guy.
Breaking ball, chopped towards second. Big room service hop for Valdez, and Oswalt has stranded a runner in scoring position in each inning this afternoon. This one at second. We've gone through 2.5. We go to the bottom of the third, and Oswalt will lead it off. Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer. Buy Bud Light Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with a refreshing taste of lime. And buy your local Dodge dealers. Well, we go to the bottom of the third. Phillies lead it 1-0. Scott Olsen so far has allowed 2 hits, has walked 1. Both hits are extra base hits. And he's taken a little bit of time to loosen up because he was out at second base when the top of the third came to a close. And while he loosens up and gets himself ready, we'll let you know that this bottom of the third is our thirst inning. On a hot day, when you're looking to cool off, well, what better time to settle in at the ballpark and experience our thirst inning? It is brought to you by Budweiser. And I'm sure that a lot of the folks before the ball game today saw some folks out tailgating. I'm sure they got a chance to get an early start on our thirst inning.
Become a tailgating sport. in this town. It's amazing how much of that goes on before Phillies.
I absolutely agree. Driving in and looking at some of the parking lots as Roy Oswalt leads it off and he takes a fastball. Yesterday I was watching a bunch of guys unload their pickup truck, unload the grill, unload the tent, the chairs. I mean, they were settling in. It was probably 1:45, 2 o'clock yesterday.
They're pros.
Yep.
Professional tailgaters.
Imagine bringing that guy out to a tailgate.
Well, no. Not really.
Foul ball by Oswalt, and he stays alive 0-2. I remember going out to watching a game in Kansas City, Red Sox Royals, and you want to see a town tailgate for a baseball game? It was unbelievable.
Yeah, you don't think of it that way.
Oswalt hits it hard, and he's got it to right field. Can he beat it out? Morse's throw is over the head of Dunn. Would have been a good throw if it was to the plate.
Who got Oswalt? It was recently somebody got him at first base in one of his starts.
Thought it was against Washington.
Was it the first
I don't
night?
think it was Morse. Look at Dunn.
Yeah, they had a shot at him. It's happened twice. I mean, Kendrick got nailed last week in New York. There's Roy. He returns a favor as Olsen got a leadoff hit against him. Now here comes Morse, and he's definitely got a shot at him, but he airmails it.
He did have a chance at somebody scoring if there was somebody at second. Jim Riggleman, I'm not sure if he's too happy about it.
No, because he had him with a good throw. That's the right way to play a pitcher, though. You know, right-handed pitcher, you play up shallow like that. Odds are he's not going to hit over your head. He's going to hit in front of you.
They decide not to hold on Oswalt at first. And Jimmy, who doubled and scored the only run of the game, is ahead 1 ball and no strikes. Really working the inside corner up and down to Jimmy.
Yeah, he's decided, kind of like the way they were working Morse in that at bat, they've decided to try and crowd Jimmy. And he's protecting in there right there. Yep. You can see it. Now, whether or not they go, a lot of times they'll come in. And then they'll see a guy start to open up like he just did a little bit there, and they'll think, all right, we better get away. You know, we weren't able to accomplish it, but we may have been able to set up getting him out away. And see if Nieves decides to do that now, or whether they're committed to just pounding him in. Looks like it would stay inside on him. Yep.
And he's fortunate that it was down because it wasn't all the way inside where Nieves wanted it.
Well, there comes a point, you know, the guy opens up and looks in there. And that's where the guessing game is between pitcher, catcher, and hitter, and when they decide to go away from it, if in fact they do. Now they're going to go outside. See how open he was?
Swing and bunt left to the mound. Olsen sets himself and throws out Jimmy.
That's the guessing game. That was kind of neat to watch that. They pounded him in so much. Finally, Jimmy decided, well, I'm opening up early. And in that case, they decided to go away. So he opened up so much, he just tapped it off the end of the bat. So they kind of won that battle, but he advances a runner.
Well, as we talked about outside with the tailgating, where they were kicking off our thirst inning earlier today, they're doing the same inside the ballpark. Even the Pirate fans are getting involved with our thirst inning. Budweiser is the official beer of the thirst inning.
What do you think about college football for the most part when you think about tailgating? I know I do. The tailgating capital of the world up there at University Park for a Penn State game. That's amazing with all those RVs and all that that go on.
Is it the tailgating capital of the world?
Well, I don't know. Sort of.
You know, I was at their bowl game last year, and I would have to admit that there were a lot of Penn State fans tailgating.
Well, there are a few places that have that much open space where you can tailgate. around their stadium. So that kind of adds to the whole thing.
Here's Ibanez with a runner in scoring position. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-1. Oh, grounded shortstop. It's more so up the middle his first time up, but the shortstop made the play. He's trying to get back that stroke that he had during the 18-game hitting streak. Boy, he had really found his niche at the plate. Now, he has struggled somewhat since that streak ended.
Tough to get it back off a left-hander, too, because you watch how he's opening up. And it's not because he's looking middle in either. It's because it's a left-hander.
They work it away, and he fouls it off. Nieves upset with himself that he didn't hang on. Raul this month of August. That's better than what he was doing early on this season. He still hasn't gotten the home run swing down, but his average is certainly better the second half than it was the first half, and that's been good to see. And he's down on strikes, 2 away. Second strikeout for Olson.
Good slider.
Well, next month the Phillies will face the Florida Marlins one more time here at Citizens Bank Park for 4 games. It's a day-night doubleheader on the 6th of September, 105 and 705. 705 is a Hatfield Dollar Dog Night. Tuesday and Wednesday. Tickets still available for all 4 of those games, even though it's a rescheduled game. There are some seats still available for that Monday afternoon ball game by going to Phillies.com. So the runner at second. Here's Polanco, who drove in the only run of the game with a sac fly. And he hits one back toward the middle. That's a base hit. Oswalt's around third, heading for home. The throw by Nyjer Morgan, cut off by Desmond. There's Polanco, who was caught between first and second, and he dives back safely. I think Polly wanted to make sure that Oswalt scored.
Right. What you're trying to do there is make sure that throw is cut off. Now, Morgan doesn't throw that well, so whether you have to do that or not with him, I don't know. But the thinking's sound because you have a pitcher going there that they're going to send. Now, here's the end of the play where Dunn is coming back because he's a cutoff man in the middle of the diamond. He tries to win the race, just misses him right there. Good call by Jerry Crawford there at first base. See, Dunn is so tall, and he swipes at him and misses him. And there's Jerry right on now. Here comes Morgan playing real deep without a good arm. They want to make it like that even cut off. I mean, he threw that right to second base. I was thinking that was coming towards the middle of the diamond, but he throws a little bit like Juan Pierre.
He sure does. So it's 2-0 Phillies. Here's Howard. And Ryan misses the breaking ball. It's 0-1. Well, it's twofold there for Polanco. He may have thought, well, let me get in a rundown to make sure Oswalt scores. Well, he may have been projecting that throw was going to go over at Desmond's head, and he's thinking, well, I could beat the throw back to second. Off the end of the bat, a thud, and Desmond, the shortstop, playing on the right side of the diamond, throws him out, and the side is retired. But the Phillies get another run on a base hit by Placido Polanco. They'll take a 2-0 lead into the 4th. North. Hey, in today's tough economy, every dollar counts. That's why the Phillies buy office supplies from W.B. Mason. For amazing low prices on office supplies, furniture, cleaning supplies, kitchen snacks, and Green Mountain Coffee. Who but W.B. Mason? Gary Matthews joins us as we go to the top of the fourth. 2 RBIs for Placido Polanco this afternoon. And Roy Oswalt will face Ryan Zimmerman, Roger Bernardino, and Mike Morse. Quick trip to the mound by Carlos Ruiz. There's Polanco. Polanco, who had been struggling a little bit before last night's ball game. Looks like he's found his stroke a little bit here, Sarge.
Yeah, staying up the middle. Ruiz just going out. Just probably give him a little bit of a breather. Kind of laboring coming in on that base hit. Polanco doing a good job in actually drawing that throw.
Right.
And getting down from the big guy done. He wasn't able to get down and tag him, but good thing he didn't dive on him, let me tell you.
How about Polanco? The other day, a lot of folks were talking to him about leading the league at hitting. And the Phillies haven't had anybody lead the league at hitting since Richie Ashburn did it in 1950.
Yep.
Well, Polanco said, whoa, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Well, I don't want to talk about that. I mean, I guess, you don't want to jinx yourself. Well, then he went 0 for 12 and wasn't leading the league at hitting anymore, so he's trying to get back into the conversation again.
Was that you that brought that up?
I didn't bring it up.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything to him.
Yeah, that would be a jinx. I wouldn't want to talk about that either. There's some things you just don't say.
Whitey led the league at hitting, and he was the last Philly to do it. 1-2 the count to Ryan Zimmerman as he fouls that ball back. Oswalt's had to work through the first 3 innings. He's had base runners in each inning. In fact, he's allowed the leadoff base runner to get aboard in every inning.
I think this will be a big inning for him. Obviously, you want a shutdown inning, but just because he was on the bases and running. Didn't actually think he was going to score there, but the ball was hit in the right place. Sam Palazzo, third base coach, taking a chance and scoring.
Pretty cloudy today, Sarge.
Well, looks like we might be getting a little bit of rain a little later. Let's get these at least 6 innings in, huh?
Well, they said there would be some showers throughout the day. 3-2 the count now to Zimmerman.
Well, rain delay right now in New York. Again in Boston.
I think that rain in New York was what we had earlier. I think it's on its way there.
Well, I think we have more coming, and I'm glad it's on its way. These are the games that you want to win, and you don't want to play double hitters against teams like the Nationals. They have a tendency to, play their better ball. Even though the Fighting Phils have beat them, you got to play when you play this team.
Ball 4. Zimmerman's aboard with the leadoff walk. So all 4 innings, Oswalt has to deal with the leadoff batter getting aboard. Well, Gary Matthews, I'm Tom McCarthy. We're live from Citizens Bank Park. Final game of this 3-game series, but not the last of this homestand. Phillies will say goodbye to the Nationals after this game and welcome in the Houston Astros for a 4-game series. So far, the Phillies are 3-2 on the homestand. Bernardino takes one inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Bernardino reached on a bunt single his first time up.
This guy's a good athlete. You can tell he's going to be a good hitter. He's going to be a good talent. Has speed.
Sarge, you've been around guys who have the speed that, let's say, Bernardino does or Victorino does. He obviously, in his last at-bat, showed he's a good bunter.
Oh,
he laid it down beautifully.
Oh, and he hit some hard line drives.
How much are they working on bunting, though, when they're in the minor leagues to get to be where we assume Bernardina is right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ruben Amaro had talked about that a lot of these kids are brought up a little bit early where they don't get a chance to actually learn the trade, and a lot of times it has to be done up here on the major league level. As an instructor, you never get through teaching. And I notice when we're with the Nationals at their ballpark, they do a lot of bunting every day. The guys that will bunt or potentially could bunt with speed, they're out there practicing there on their trade.
And we just saw Dominic Brown, a youngster who's up at the age of 22, talking to Mike Sweeney. That helps a little bit, too, when you have the veterans to deal with. Back toward the middle. Jimmy dives. He's got it. Flips to second for one. That's all they'll get. But that's enough for the time being.
Wow.
That's a nice play by Jimmy Rollins.
Always has a smile on his face, that's for sure. Taking away a hit. Valdez smart, knowing that he didn't have time there to get Bernardina. And this ball here hit pretty hard, breaking ball up the middle. Watch this dive as he comes in, your pitcher. Little side toss as he gets that ball right there. That's an athletic play. There it is again. Just shows you his range going from left to right. This one right up the middle. Taking away a potential first and third situation.
Absolutely. Bernardina stole bases last time aboard, so Oswald's keeping him close. Here's Mike Morse, who flied out to left his first time. He's 0 for 1. A little low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Oswald, as we talked about, made his debut in a Phillies uniform against Washington down in D.C. That was on the 31st of July. He allowed 4 runs, 9 hits over 6 innings. But as he told everybody after the game, he was probably a little amped up for that outing. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a strike. The throw to second. No shot. Into center field. Victorino wasn't backing up right away, so Bernardina is able to go over to third. Stolen base and an E2. 6th error of the season for Ruiz.
Well, he had such a big jump. No chance to actually throw him out. Big leg kick. You see the leg kick there? Victorino not coming in, and this is a no-no. He has to come in on that just so that if he is, the runner doesn't get to third base.
Because Bernardina peaked, and if Shane was coming in, he may not have taken the chance and got the
No, if he's there, he's not going to go.
So a runner over third with 1 away. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Marlon Byrd's going to make sure that Lou Piniella is not going to go down without a fight, as he has an RBI single. That's tied that ball game up at the bottom of the first, so it's 1-1 in the second. The Braves and the Cubs.
Well, looks like those Cubs are doing it to another manager. Getting rid of him.
Swing and a miss. Big strikeout as Morse goes after a high fastball. 2 outs.
This guy's not afraid. Comes up and in on a pitch. That's a hold on most hitters, especially right-handers. That pitch that you'll see up and in, very difficult to get the bat head on that one.
Few conversations today between Ruiz and Oswald. This conversation probably has to deal with Adam Kennedy, who is the batter for the Nationals.
Well, maybe not wanting to give him anything really too good, but it's a guy that normally won't hit that ball out of the ballpark. Let him use the deepest part, pitch him away. Sure, he's not going to drive it out to left field. If he hits one, usually that's a ball that he'll pull to right field. So far on the outside part of the plate, we're trying to hit that.
Little floater foul over the Nationals dugout, and it's 2-1. Tell you what, he hasn't thrown too many pitches out of the strike zone. His splits are really good. 51 strikes, 21 balls. Been his share of foul balls today. Did you see the splits?
He does get those, but you're right. He is around the plate with all of his pitches. Fastball in there. Ruiz asking for that ball away.
Well, it should not come as a surprise that he's around the strike zone. You see where he sits with his percentage of strikes. Louie's been outstanding for the Dodgers. Halladay, well, enough said there. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count to Adam Kennedy. 2 gone, top of the 4th. Phillies lead it 2-0. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did, says Brian Honora. And the side is retired. 5 strikeouts for Roy Oswalt. He strands another runner in scoring position. The Nationals didn't think Kennedy went, but Brian Honora's opinion is the only one that counts. A swing on the strikeout and a little defense earlier in the inning helps out Roy Oswalt and gets him through the top of the 4th. Ford stores by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. And by Suzuki and the new Kizashi midsize sports sedan. Suzuki, the power of engineering. Well, bottom of the 4th, Jerry Crawford, the crew chief, is talking to Jim Riggleman right now. Mike Buckholder, who is the Phillies head groundskeeper, came out to talk to Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, in between innings. They took the cover off the tarp, so maybe there's some bad weather coming our way. I'm not sure if that's what Jerry Crawford was talking to Jim Riggleman about, but Jim kept looking up at the cloud cover by the video board. Jason Worth leads it off here in the 4th. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, the outfielders here for the Nationals, they play awful deep. Probably the deepest of any team that comes in. One of the reasons difficult to get the ball over their heads. Victor Reno plays a much shorter center field. You can see exactly there where Nigel Morgan is.
Inside, 2-1. Starting to rain a little bit here. Well, Sarge, as an outfielder, what was your preference? Was your preference to play deep? Was your preference to play shallow?
I like playing a little bit shallow and being able to try and cut off some of those potential base hits. Nice hit.
I guess it would depend, too, on the scouting report, on the hitter that's at the plate.
Well, yeah. You know, I mean, obviously some of the power hitters, you're going to have to step back some.
Jason fouls it off right into the glove of Nieves, so he's down on strikes. And it's poncho time, Sarge.
Guy like a Larry Boa, you come on up and leave him a little bit shorter. He's having a little difficult time with the poncho. We've seen that before here at the ballpark.
He's keeping his calm though. It's as if he's going shopping for some produce at the supermarket. You know, those bags are a little difficult sometimes to get the fruit in.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
Yeah. There's Victorino who doubled his first time up. First gentleman did it pretty quickly. Now let's take a look at these two guys. They're racing. No, he was cheating, so he was looking to see what the guy next to him was doing. A little cute shot right in front of the plate. Nieves out in front of the dish, throws in time, 2 away. Hey, the Fanatic Around Town auction will begin on August 27th. They'll go from the 27th until the 30th of September. It's your chance to own one of the one-of-a-kind Fanatic Around Town statues that includes one signed by the entire 2010 team. Now, the proceeds benefit Phillies charities. You can see the Fanatic Around Town in the fans section at Phillies.com. Those are some of the statues right there. That's a great opportunity for you to help out a good cause and maybe get something that'd be pretty cool for the family room at home.
Family room?
Rec room, living room.
You're going to put the Fanatic in the family room?
You mean to tell me that if you did not win one of those statues, you wouldn't put the Fanatic in your family room?
Well,
diving play by Desmond to his feet. The ball still stuck in his glove. He's going to have to throw the glove if he was going to get out Ruiz.
Well, gives you an indication of how hard that ball was hit. Desmond making really a good play as he dives and catches the ball there. You can see how hard it is, and look at it right there. Good thing it wasn't a line drive. He doesn't even realize that it is stuck right there. Now he realizes and says, "Oh no, I can't believe it."
He's got to tighten those laces a little bit.
Might have had a chance to get him if he got it out of his glove. Has a pretty strong arm.
Valdez hit it to a 4-6-3 double play his last time up. 16th double play that Valdez is grounded into. Desmond shortens up a little bit at short. Good play by Nieves, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. He doesn't have a chance to hit into a double play this time. God, he can, when he hits them, I mean, they're almost tailor-made. I mean, boom, boom, boom. 4-6-3 he hit into. Ricky Bond Rodriguez here on the Nationals has quite a few double plays. I think he could probably almost be in the 20s, 20, 21, 22 or so.
21, Sarge.
21? Wow. It's a lot of double plays.
Two and two to count to Valdez. Olson's about to throw his 60th pitch of the day. He too has been around the strike zone. And just like Oswald, he's had to deal with base runners. Broke his bat. Head of the bat went out to the mound. The ball goes over to Dunn, and the side is retired. No runs, one hit, one man left. We have played 4. There's bats litter in the field as we go to the 5th. postgame show. John Clark and Mike Missinelli have all the highlights, insights, fan interaction, and much more. It's the Xfinity Phillies postgame show right after the game on MyPHL 17. Roy Oswald has a 2-0 lead as we go to the top of the 5th. Will Nieves, Scott Olson, and the top of the order scheduled to bat for Washington.
You know, I came up with a great idea with one of those fanatic statues. I think we'll put in some money, go in and get one, and we'll deliver it to Will's. Have him put it at his house. What do you think?
Well, would he put it in the house, or would he do as you suggested, put it in the garage?
Well, I don't want it in the house. I mean, you know, I love the fanatic, but I mean, come on.
If I were to get one of those statues, it would go right smack dab in the middle of the house, right in the living room.
Yeah. Well,
no?
I think Mag would have something to say. And look at Will's pondering, probably wondering where he would actually put that.
I think maybe on his back deck, just to keep an eye on everything.
Oh, boy.
Right next to the barbecue. Here's the 1-1 to Nieves. Up and in. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. I mean, they're big statues, Sarge.
No,
Christine Connors, our stage manager, suggested maybe making it a mailbox.
Now, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
You imagine a fanatic statue out in front of Wheels' house as a mailbox?
Oh, boy.
Over to second on a few hops. Valdez to a knee. 1 away. Maybe have a Penn State scarf around its neck.
I would really pay to see the look on his face.
Well, it is a great opportunity for the fans of the Phillies to donate to a good cause and get one of those very creative statues done by all different artists. They've been placed all around the city. And an auction begins on the 27th of August. Olson singled his first time up. He's 1 for 1. Off the end of the bat, a flare to left. Ibanez started back, coming on. He slides and he makes the grab right off the top of the grass.
Well, there's one of those instances where you would like to be able to play in, and he did. Looked like he might have taken a little step back. He read it pretty well as he comes in, catches it right off the turf as he's sliding there, and he did catch it. Coming in, backhands the ball. Difficult play. Here he comes in again. A little turf coming up. Great shot on that. See that turf coming up?
Oh, he put it back.
That reminds you of that divot that you take there on the golf course, doesn't it?
I would certainly go along with that, Sarge.
Oh, boy.
And I'd have no problem with it. Here's Nigel Morgan. He's 1 for 1. Sack bunt his last time up. Singled his first time up. That's the thing that you pointed out, that if that was the Nationals outfield, they wouldn't even have a divot to put back because they'd be playing so deep.
Oh, right. Well, that would almost be an automatic hit there with the Nationals, the way he flared it out there.
What about Gary Maddox? How deep did he play in center?
Oh, he played shallow to begin with. He was great at going back on a lot of balls, and he would cover both left center and right center. He used to tell Bobby Bonds and I, worry about the lines, and he had everything else covered, and he meant that.
Breaking ball to the right side. Valdez just can't get there. And Morgan's aboard with a 2-out single. Second hit of the night of the day for Morgan. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, an update from Chicago. Braves are taking a 2-1 lead. Jason Hayward, his 13th homer. Solo shot for Atlanta. And that game's gone to the top of the third. In the bottom of the third, the Cardinals lead the Giants 3-0. Pujols, an RBI, and a run scored. Cardinals won yesterday. They defeated they defeated Tim Lincecum as Morgan gets back.
Yeah, he's going to try and probably go early in the count. I haven't seen Charlie call a lot of pitch outs. at all. You would think he's going to try and go early. Big leg kick, too, Oswalt has, so it makes it easier for the base stealers. Once they get a jump with that big leg kick, they're usually there.
He's had a good high fastball today. Hitters are having trouble catching up to it.
Yeah, he's got movement on it. A lot of times that will come back in, too, on the inside on that right-hander. You know, the one that you don't want that starts on the outside part of the plate and has a tendency to end up in the middle.
And he's ahead 1-2. Nice catch by a gentleman in the first row of the Hall of Fame club.
You know, fans recognize that when another fan catches the ball. Give them a nice applaud.
Is he going here, Sarge?
Very surprised he hasn't gone even early on.
He doesn't go. And a swing and a miss. He got him. Desmond was late on the fastball. Oswalt's gotten him twice on strikes this afternoon. He has 6 strikeouts. He's also gotten some pretty good defense today. First by Jimmy Rollins, now by Raul Ibanez. A sliding grab. He dug up some grass, but he put it on back. In by Placido Polanco has given the Phillies a 2-0 lead. And today's Phillies game is brought to you by Miller High Life. Join us this summer and help give returning vets a piece of the high life. Go to MillerHighLife.com for details. On a cloudy afternoon here in Philadelphia, Roy Oswalt leads it off. Oswalt singled and scored his first time up. Facing Scott Olson. He's pitched pretty well, in and out of trouble this afternoon. He's allowed 5 hits. He has struck out 3. Oswalt back toward the middle. Kennedy dives, has it, no chance. Oswalt's 2 for 2.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when you use that ball and trying to hit it up the middle. You don't even have to hit the ball hard. A lot of good things can happen when you hit that ball up the middle, meaning that you can get a lot of hits. This ball hit off the end of the bat on the right side of the mound. See Kennedy coming in. He dives and catches it, but wouldn't have been able to throw him out anyway. He did catch it clean. He did stop it from going through. But by then, the slowest runner would be able to get to first base.
So a base runner for the Phillies. Jimmy Rollins is at the plate. They don't hold Oswald on at first. And they continue to work Jimmy inside, and he fouls it off. Phillies are trying to get to 70 wins this afternoon. That's a pretty good feat for a team that has been besieged by so many injuries this year. Jimmy rips it down the left field line. Look out, McKenzie. Ball scooted right off the railing and into the crowd.
Yeah, very difficult to get that fastball in there. And a pitch that he's getting in is that slider that's down and in. Now watch this ball. Now you want to try and get out of the way when that kind of ball comes in and duck.
And get off the phone. Look out.
Boy, I tell you, he is just turning on that, getting the fat part of the ball. And when it comes in, fans, you're at the ballpark. Might be good to just do a little ducking as that ball comes through. Those aren't the kind that you want to try and barehand. A lot of times you don't have time to move. You really got to pay attention. You're at that third base and first base lower level.
Over towards shortstop Desmond. Ooh, nasty hop. There's one, and that's all they'll get. And they get Oswald off the base paths. 6-4 on the putout. And here comes Raul Ibanez. Well, the Milwaukee Brewers will be part of a homestand in September. That will include the Florida Marlins. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 2 night games and a day game. Friday game is the Goya Latino Family Celebration. Sunday the 5th, IBEW Local 98 Jimmy Rollins t-shirt. Free to fans 14 and under. Milwaukee all of a sudden has won 4 straight. And now 59 and 64. And they lead, or they trail the Padres 2-0 in the top of the 4th. So runner at first. 1 out. Here's Ibanez. 0 for 2 today. A ground out and a strikeout.
Olsen doing a better job holding the ball, meaning that it's difficult to get a jump, and then he's able to get that breaking ball over. Has been the difference. A lot of times when we see him, he's been a little bit wild, not able to throw his strikes.
Well, if you can time him with his kick, you can take off on him.
There's no question about it. I think the guys ought to start stepping out on him again just to irritate him.
You like that, don't you?
Well, yeah, you want an edge. If you can get him out from focusing on exactly where he's trying to throw his ball and then upset him because guys are stepping out on him. Well, just when he's getting ready to throw, you call timeout. Then you get in there, maybe dig around, and then you call timeout again and just make him wait. But you got to watch out, too, because you might get that bow tie.
Might get more than that. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Slide step there.
Toss over to first. Jimmy read it beautifully. The slide step, and it's 2-1. Jimmy's looking like he wants to try something against Olsen. So Olsen throws over. think Adam Dunn is 6'6".
Jimmy appears to be getting a pretty good lead at first base. If he can get the jump and read him right, then he'll be able to steal the bag.
Slide step hit hard, backhanded by Dunn. There's one. There's two. 3-6-3 on the double play, and the side is retired. Well, for Dunn, who was holding on Jimmy Rollins, he didn't have to go too far to field that ball. He doesn't have to get too far to get up to the plate either. Defending National League champions. It's one thing to be a proud Philadelphia Phillies fan. It's a whole other level to fill up the ballpark every single game. Your loyalty is remarkable, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. Oh, another sellout this afternoon, enjoying the Fanatic, doing a little dancing in between innings. Fanatic can get into any routine.
Oh.
Right in sync. Well, those youngsters were pretty good with their routine before, during, and after the Fanatic interrupted. As Adam Dunn leads it off here in the top of the sixth. Phillies lead it 2-0. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Dunn. Dunn is struck out. He's also grounded to second. Boy, he really tied him up with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
He's effective when he does throw in, and he throws in the majority of the time when he's out on the mound. I mean, it's just his demeanor on the mound and the way that he composes himself. And what he did, all he did then was elevate as Dunn kind of takes a look back at him. Fastball again, up in the zone. This one a little bit higher than the other one. Still can't catch up to it. Here it is again. Look at the movement on it as that ball moves. Not going to look back at him. Hits his bat.
Zimmerman takes one to the outside corner. Adam Dunn, and every hitter has gone through this. I'm sure you went through this, Sarge. You're swinging thinking that ball is just above your belt, and it just keeps on rising.
Oh, Tom Seaver used to throw those type of balls that would do that.
You walk away thinking, how do they do that?
I tell you though, it's just the one thing though when you get out of the game that you really miss most of all is that one-on-one competition between you and that pitcher. Most of the guys that retire, that's the thing that they miss the most.
Up the third base line, Polanco gets himself set in foul territory. 2 outs. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, some more news from Wrigley Field. Aramis Ramirez, a 2-run home run. has given the Cubs a 3-2 lead. That game has gone to the fourth. Mike Minor has 8 strikeouts through 3 innings for the Braves, and the Cardinals have tacked on a couple more thanks to a 2-run home run by Alan Craig. Barry Zito 3 2/3, and he's gone. Zito lost to the Phillies his last time out. He's out of the ball game after 3 2/3 today against St. Louis. Desmond hits it hard, but foul down the right field line. Excuse me, Bernardino. And it's 0-1.
If Zito's not able to get that little soft changeup and that hard curveball over, he's just in trouble. It looked like that's the way he was in St. Louis today. Bernardino, another one of those hitters with the leg kick. When he gets it down, that's when he really means business. That's when he can get that bat hit through the zone. Some of the times with Victor Reno not getting his leg down causes him to be a little bit late, and shoulder going up and popping that ball up.
Fly ball left field, carrying pretty well, but Ibanez has room. Few steps from the track, and the side is retired. Well, Roy Oswalt had been searching for a 1-2-3 inning, and he found it here in the top of the 6th. He's retired 4 straight, and that'll take us to the bottom of the 6th with Placido Polanco set to lead it off. TV, phone, and internet reinvented from Comcast. By WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for amazingly low office product prices. And by Toyota. There are many reasons to buy a Toyota. Now's the perfect time to get yours during Toyota's National Clearance Event. Bottom of the 6th, Phillies lead it 2-0. It'll be Polanco, Ryan Howard, Jason Worth. Sarge Jerry Crawford's final game here in Philadelphia.
One of my favorite umpires. Talked about it before when I used to have clinics in the island of St. Martin. Jerry Crawford would go with me for one of the umpires, and the late Eric Gregg. And Eric, not ashamed to swim in the ocean or the pool. I tell you, and I got to tell you, Eric Gregg was a dancer. This guy could really dance. Great moves.
Could Jerry dance?
No. Not at all. But he was good to be around.
Well, I know that you...
Good instructor.
Yeah, and I know you became friendly with umpires, even with everything that you say about them.
A couple of umpires. Yeah.
But he has been a good one for 33 years. We've said this before. He's still a very good ball strikeout.
Oh, absolutely. The one thing that both, hitters and I would think even the pitchers is that he called it and had a zone that he called it. When you hit that spot, he would call a strike. He wouldn't deviate from that. A lot of umpires were changed during the course of the game, and I just think that it's unfair. Sometimes we talk about a floating zone, meaning that he's calling it up, down, in and out, no consistency.
I hope Jerry stays healthy enough that he can work the postseason this year. What a kick it would be if the Phillies make it to the postseason again, and he'll get a chance to work some of the postseason games here in his hometown.
Yeah, I would think that that's the way that he would like to be able to go out, to be able to be here in this ballpark.
3-2 the count to Polanco. And he stays alive. Little roller foul. Polanco has both RBIs today for the Phillies. One on a sac fly. And the other one on a base hit up the middle that scored Roy Oswalt. Over toward third. Zimmerman cuts it off. He also cut off half the real estate between third base and first.
Yeah,
made an easier throw.
He's a great player, and like players, usually they have one thing they don't do very well. Well, for Zimmerman, his throwing, he always has to be on the move. Now, he gets a ball in the hole where he's just kind of conventional. He throws that ball away a lot and really not even hitting the target. So what he's starting to do is that on all of the balls, he has movement on it and coming in and throwing on the run. Great hitter. Just tell by his numbers, 300 hitter. And he catches the ball.
Well, the oddity is, it seems like if you're on the move all the time, it would make it harder to make the throw.
Well, he's made it where, and I agree with you, but he's made it where it's easier, where he just doesn't want to catch it, have the time to throw. He usually throws it away. So now every time a ball is hit, he doesn't wait on it. He comes and gets it, throws that ball on the move in that same motion.
I would think he still has to fix that a little bit as he gets older.
Well, I mean, unless they're just going to move him over at first base sooner or later, where you don't have as many throws.
Want to know the count to Ryan Howard. 0 for 2 today. Strikeout and a ground out. Up the first base line. Not hit that hard. Olsen gets there and then forgets the ball. And Ryan, sore ankle and all, is able to beat it out. We'll see how they score it.
Yeah, they'll probably end up giving him a hit with the way that he was running at it. That's one of those plays, again, if he gets it, you know, Ryan would probably be out. And you can see now as he goes down and he forgets one thing, and that is the ball. Ryan coming through, doing what he should do, going right through the ball. You see he's not deviating at all. He kind of picked it up a little bit quicker there. Regardless, you'll take it.
Two big first basemen there as Ryan takes his lead behind Adam Dunn. Here's Jason Worth, 0 for 2. He's lined out and he has struck out. Thinking fastball, he got a breaking ball.
Got to stay on the ball. He's starting to turn his head on it. He doesn't have to do that. Certainly should not do that against left-handed pitching.
Jason has just one home run against lefties this year. One of his 16. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, back and forth they go in Chicago. Omar Infante, another home run.
Now, those are the things that are giving Lou gray hair.
First career multi-home run for Infante. 5-3 Atlanta. Probably not done scoring there.
Could give you an indication that that wind is blowing out, which is a good thing for the hitters. Nightmare for the pitchers. Even the best of the pitchers coming there with that wind blowing out, they just don't feel very good.
I read a comment the other day where Pinella was talking about the wind. He said it wasn't until he became the manager of the Cubs that he realized how unpredictable the wind currents are in Chicago. He said he'd start a game thinking, all right, well, this is going to be a pitcher's day, and then all of a sudden by the third inning, the wind's blowing out.
Exactly, it does. will blow in and out.
Inside, and it's 3-2 to Jason. It is windy here today, as you can see. The wind is going out. Well, I think on any day that would move around a little bit. Cue shot. Wow. Over to first. Dunn makes a good decision to get the runner at second base.
Well, he knew that too because of the ankle there with Ryan Howard. Well, he hit that ball almost, it seemed like, on the end of the bat. I mean, I got to tell you, this is hard to do, to make that ball spin the way that he did. Good throw, though, by Dunn, as he gets Howard going into second base. I need a little chalk on the end of that bat. What do you think, Tom?
I'll let you handle that one.
Yeah, I can hardly wait to see him down there. You kidding me? You know, you can joke about those things when they win.
Right.
I mean, obviously, hope the score remains that way, but I want to know how you'd hit a ball like that with your head the other way.
Dorito takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1.
You know, a lot of times they'll ask me, hey, have you ever done that before? Have you made an error? Well, yeah, I have. But I can tell you, I've never done that before. Okay? Broken bats, yeah. Swing at that slider in the dirt, yep.
Catch your ball in your gut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Results, they used to just call that.
Yep. In the dirt, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Wow.
Dorito's doubled. He's also hit a number back in front of the plate. I should say out in front of the plate. The A base has thrown him out. 1 run in the first, 1 in the third. And the Phillies lead it 2-0 here in the 6th. Line drive toward left. It's pretty deep. It's going to stay in the yard. It's off the base of the wall. Worth on his way to third. He'll get there easily. And it's the second double of the day for Victorino. Boy, if he had gotten that up just a little bit, that would have been a BB out of the yard. Instead, it was a BB off the base of the wall.
No, you're right about that. He's hit that good part of the bat. Now, notice how his leg is down. When his foot's down, he does a lot of damage as that ball hits the wall there.
20 doubles for Victorino, second of the day. And he is safe at second base, safe and secure with New York Life. Phillies have 3 doubles today, 3 of their 8 hits. And here's Carlos Ruiz. He's walked, he's reached on an infield single. Hit the ball toward the middle. Desmond dove at shortstop. Got to it.
Yeah, we're not going to even mess with him.
Yeah, the ball got lodged in his glove. And they're going to take their chances with Wilson Valdez with 2 outs. Ruiz has been the Phillies' leading hitter with runners in scoring position. Craig Stammen, who pitched last night, is up and loosening in the pen for the Nationals.
Well, that's respect. And then with Valdez, he should get to the point where it gets his adrenaline flowing because they're telling him, you're the guy that we want. We're the guy we know we can get you out. I think that used to be the thing that would irritate me the most when you get an intentional walk and they're telling you, hey, come on up here, big boy, let me sit you on down here because you're an easy out today.
Well, would it irritate you even more when you didn't come through?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there were times like that, but you just want to let the pitcher know that you're in a battle.
Well, Jim Riggleman decides to put the game in the hands of Scott Olson, but instead of facing Ruiz, he'll have Olson face Wilson Valdez. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Valdez spins one foul behind home plate. And it's 0-1. Towards center field, that's going to drop in for a base hit. 2 runs are going to score. Worth crosses easily. Here comes Victorino. It's 4-0 Phillies. And there's not too many better feelings than what Wilson Valdez has right now. After they walk Carlos Ruiz intentionally, he gets a 2-out, 2-run single to give the Phils a little cushion.
Right, it really does make you feel good as a hitter to come up and deliver with 2 outs. Finally got that line drive in, and at a big time of the game, see where the pitch is, and it just didn't overswing. A slider, that's what he's been getting the whole time there. And then he delivers, scoring 2 runs as word comes in your pitcher along with Victorino. Good hitting.
And it means Oswalt can bat here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 runs across the plate. We showed you Contreras loosening. I think if Valdez had driven in 1, maybe Charlie would have pinch hit for Oswalt. The fact that his hit drove in 2.
Yeah, I think too, though, for me, Tom, he might have asked, Oswalt, hey, how you feeling? But his pitch count is getting up there, which might have determined whether or not he pinch hit for him. Oh, he does have 2 hits right now.
He wants his first RBI of the year.
Gotta feel happy for Valdez delivering with 2 outs. I mean, usually he's getting 2 outs the other way with that double play.
Ruiz is over at second. Valdez at first. In the air to left center field. Bernardina goes back. He's under it. Makes the catch. And the side is retired. Oswalt put a pretty good charge into that one. 2 runs in the inning on a 2-run single by Valdez. We go to the 7th with the Phils up 4-0.
Big hit there by Wilson Valdez gives the Phillies a 4-0 lead behind Roy Oswalt. Has a couple hits himself. Placido Polanco with a sac fly. He's knocked in 2 today. And Roy right now with a walk and 7 strikes. Kind of a struggle for these starters out there today. There is some rain on the way, it would appear.
Well, Mike Buckholder, the Phillies head groundskeeper, was just out talking to Jerry Crawford, and he was sprinting around the warning track.
Well, you can see it out there coming through South Philadelphia. Now, if it gets here, I don't know, but it's trying.
Well, Mike Morse leads it off here in the top of the 7th. And Oswalt delivers a fastball that hits foul behind the plate. 99 pitches now for Oswalt. Morse is 0 for 2. He's flied to left. He's also struck out. And it's 0-2. I'll tell you, his fastball, since he arrived, has had some great life on it.
Good pitcher, this guy. You know, Cooper tomorrow brought a heck of an arm in here. You know, he gives them 3 really good pitchers, top of that rotation. And, you know, Roy's very athletic. He made a tremendous play in that bunt. He has a couple of hits. He smoked that fly ball there to end the inning. You know, guy can help it. You know, he struggled a few innings today. But, you know, he's one of those competitors. He may bend a little bit, but he doesn't break.
Foul territory. Howard on the run. He's not going to get there, and it's 1-2.
A lot of great pitchers do. You know, they have base runners, and they don't always have clean innings. But you look up, there's a goose egg up there as they head to the dugout.
People always talk about this great ballpark. You know, what kind of a park is it? Is it a pitcher's park? Is it a hitter's park? Well, it's certainly a hitter's park, but it can be a pitcher's park if you handle it properly. And you see Oswalt has been pretty durable this season, but he's pitched well here in Philadelphia now 3 straight starts.
Yeah, and he pitched really well here in this ballpark when he was with the Astros.
He's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mike Morse. You try to get him to go after a curve. They haven't really been fishing after that curve today.
And Morse, he's been able to overpower him for the most part today, because mentioned that early in the game. This guy has a long swing, and he's pitched him inside a lot and jammed him. He holds the bat out like that, holds it high in a really long swing.
He got him again.
It takes a while. You know, when you do that, it really takes a long time to get through that hitting zone. And in the big leagues, you don't have a long time, especially when a guy's got cheese like he has today.
I remember Terry Kennedy, as you see the swing by Morse.
Now watch how long it is. See, he holds it up there, and then he really cocks and watch right here. Cocks and reloads, and then bam. And it's long.
And it's a big bat, too.
And a long bat, yeah. But the swing,
Kennedy's.
That's a tough swing to succeed in the big leagues.
I was about to say, I remember Terry Kennedy, remember the catcher for the Padres. He used to have his bat out in front of his body like that.
Yeah. He's one of the guys I was talking about yesterday. Hit a slam off Tug McGraw in 79.
Well, that hit by Kennedy, the first since the 5th for the Nationals, just the second since the 3rd. And with 1 out, here's Will Nieves. You know, Roy Oswalt retired the side in order in the 6th, and every time the Phillies retire the opposing team in order, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Xfinity Triple Play, a complete lineup for digital TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. Nieves a chopper, past the mound. Jimmy waits for it, has 1, has 2. That was patience on the part of Jimmy Rollins, and a double play gets Oswalt through the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. A little defense for the Phils this afternoon as it's time to stretch in South Philly.
21-27 games.
Well, you can log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stump the Fans. And we were about ready to get the bottom of the 7th underway. We had just had God Bless America, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, doing a little stretching. And Jerry Crawford decided to put the tarp on the field.
Well, you could see it coming through South Philadelphia a little while ago, and here it is. It's here.
I think Jerry was hoping to get the 7th through, maybe even the 8th, get as much of this game played as possible before the rains came. Well, hopefully this will be a quick one.
Yeah, they did a good job. The way the pace of this game today, hasn't been real good. And, they've gotten 6.5 in. And they're just going to have to wait for a little while. But towards it's going to clear, and you'll be able to play at some point later on.
Well, the grounds crew was waiting by the stairwell. Mike Buckholder, you see right there. He was over talking to Jerry Crawford a couple different times. So they were ready to get the tarp and the cover on the field.
Good
Roy
news.
Oswalt, boy, he was outstanding through 7 today.
Yeah,
Wills.
that's the good news, Tom, is they got him through 7 innings today. Because, it looked like it might rain earlier. He struggled a little bit early on, but look at this great fielding play he makes on that bunt by Morgan. He struck out Zimmerman on a changeup. There's a fastball. He had a really lively fastball here today. And he started like a lot of guys do, veteran pitchers. He got better as the game went along. Only walked once, struck out 8. And that kind of pitcher almost always gives his team a chance to win.
Well, he certainly gave his Phils a chance to win this afternoon. They lead it 4-0 as the rains are falling here at Citizens Bank Park. The cover is on the field. It's 4-0 Phils. We'll sit and wait here at the ballpark. You can sit and wait back home, and you can sit and wait while watching the Charlie Manuel Show. hard. So there was a lot of water out on the tarp.
And there's still a lot of water in the outfield, too. They're doing the best they can because it drains. I mean, but it has, that's a lot of water to drain. And it was in that outfield. And, they're still going to splash around a little bit. But, in all fairness, you have to try and finish these games, and Sherry's down there in the corners, the water all over the place. I was kind of motioning down to him like, you were thinking about calling this off, weren't you? And he was laughing. He was laughing like, that would have gone out in a blaze of glory, call one off in his hometown. But in all fairness, they have to try and play this if they feel the conditions are not unsafe. The Phillies still have to get 6 more outs, and you're in the 3rd week of September or August now, and every game's important. And if we were sitting here right now after winning a game and the Braves still had to get 6 more outs, you'd be saying, let's do everything possible to get that game in wherever it's being played. And that's what you have to try and do. And to their credit, Tommy, they're going to do it.
Well, Craig Stammen is loosening up again for the Washington Nationals. Let's take a look at the game summary. The Nationals have a couple hits from Nigel Morgan. He has one of a handful of stolen bases for the Nats. And then Wheels, it was really Roy Oswalt who grinded and pitched very well through 7 innings.
Yeah, he did. First couple innings, it looked like he had some problems. They were fouling a lot of balls off. Nothing looked like it was coming easy to him. And then all of a sudden he got into a really good groove. And even when he was struggling, it looked like he had great stuff here today. And he maintained it throughout the game. He had a tremendous fastball. Brian Matson will be the Phillies pitcher in the 8th inning. And he just did a tremendous job. He got a couple hits and scored a run. And, Roy Oswalt was Roy Oswalt. He's a big-time pitcher.
Well, on the Toyota Major League scoreboard, as you mentioned, Wheels, late in August, some important ball games. This one turned out to be a laugher as the Braves sent Lou Piniella into retirement with a 16-5 victory over Chicago.
Infante and Hayward evidently batting 1-2, scored 8 runs. That's not bad for the top of the order.
Infante hit 2 homers as Jimmy Rollins leads it off, and the first pitch here in the bottom of the 7th is up high, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. See Stammen's numbers: 25th game, 4-4, a 5.11 ERA. He pitched well last night in relief, and Jimmy greets him with a line drive base hit into right.
Evidently, Hayward hit 2 home runs in that game too. See, Gonzalez is in the game playing second base, and he tore up a pretty good divot there, because in that area is where they dumped the tarp, and it's still really wet.
Well, and just to wrap up that Braves game, Wheels, Mike Minor pitched for Atlanta today. A Braves rookie record, 12 strikeouts in 6 innings. And now Jerry Crawford is going to take a look at that ground out by home plate. Oh, boy, that's pretty soft.
Second base.
Yep. I'm sorry, it's home plate. Second base.
Yeah, and they're going to bring out some more of the diamond dry. That's the edge of the tarp right there where some water probably comes off as they go to dump it. And you can see Gonzalez fall right there. And that's the thing you worry about, whether or not it's safe or not. And, they're doing everything they can to get the game in, but they want to make sure the conditions are good enough. You want to be fair to everybody, but you don't want to get anybody hurt.
Well, they'll bring a bag of the diamond dry out to try to dry things up. So with nobody out, bottom of the 7th, Phillies lead it 4-0. They have a base runner. We'll step aside when we come back. Hopefully things will be a little drier. second base as Raul Ibanez will bat. They came out through some diamond dry right in that area where they can see closest to the line and all the way out toward behind Alberto Gonzalez, who's at second base. Raul Ibanez bats with Jimmy Rollins at first, and Ibanez takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Still a lot of people here.
I was thinking the same thing. Some ponchos have been left in the upper deck, and now some birds are flying all over the field.
Well, they know it's time to eat. You know,
somebody dropped something.
It's about the time, where they come in to eat. They figure, what are all these people still doing here? The game's usually over by now, and I'm having some peanuts.
Seriously?
Yeah, they do. It's feeding time. They're on a clock.
They just came down for one bit of morsel, and then they pop back up again.
Easy, guys. It's not dinner time yet.
It does happen out in San Francisco, where at the end of the game they just all seem to convene in the bleachers.
They know what time to eat.
Off the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike to Ibanez.
Like when you're down in Florida and they have the signs all over the condos. Don't feed the seagulls, please, because they come in packs like that if you start feeding them off those balconies and those condos.
I'm wondering where the food dropped or who dropped it for them to come down on the infield grass and pick it up.
Well, they used to go out when Lenny Dykstra was here. They used to go out and eat the sunflower seeds at the vet.
Ibanez has now worked the count into a good hitter spot, 3-1.
I mean, you're playing right now, and the Phillies have a 4-run lead, but they'd like to add on and, you get some more hits, put some numbers up.
Jimmy started to go on that and then stopped, and the foul ball got a piece of Will Nieves.
Ibanez was swinging for a fastball there, and it looked like he got a breaking ball. Almost spun out of his helmet. There go those. There go the birds. That sounds like the Gulf of Mexico. that definitely sounds like spring training.
Actually sounded like a horde of monkeys. Rollins takes off. In the air to right field. That one's deep, and it's not coming back. A 2-run home run for Raul Ibanez. A little cushion for the Phils, and they lead it 6-0.
Yeah, that's why you might as well bear down when you come back. You have the lead. You can be loosey-goosey. Threw the 3-1 breaking ball, and then it looked like he threw 3-2 fastball, and he didn't miss it. There it is, a high sinker, and that's what happens to high sinker a lot of time. It's up there with the birds.
And William Plunkett of Ben Sal of Pennsylvania, you just won $400. Compliments of Raul in the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Now they have to decide if they want to use Madsen or not.
Well, Ryan continues to dig out the mound in the bullpen.
I mean, he's ready to go. There's Raul with the 2-run homer. He's ready to go, but we'll see if they sit him down.
0-2 the count to Polanco. That's the 10th home run for Raul against the Nationals, his second one this year.
Well, that swing he took at that slider, the pitch before that was a home run swing. As I said, he almost came out of his helmet. And then Stammen, who's a sinker ball pitcher, tried to get him out with a sinker that didn't sink until it went in about the 5th row.
And we said Raul is getting closer and closer to where he was during the first half of last year. I'm not sure if he'll ever be able to duplicate that, but what he's been doing since the All-Star break is really what he's done during his career. He's not too far off what you would expect from him.
He's glad to see that left-hander out of the game, too. Olson,
that is true.
Olson was pretty tough today.
Scott Olson went 6 innings. He allowed 4 runs, struck out 3, and he pitched pretty well. although he was trailing it with it 4-0. It's now 6-0 here in the bottom of the 7th. Opposite way, another base hit. On one hop, Morse has no chance. Every time you see that now, you wonder, well, is he going to come up and try to throw? And Polanco has his second hit of the day. Well, these lucky fans endured the rain delay and also became today's Citizens 7. They were each received a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Those fans have endured the rain delay as well.
What was the official time of that delay? Did we get it?
1 hour and 44 minutes.
Thank you.
1 hour and 44 minutes, Wheels, or 3.5 editions of the Charlie Manuel TV show.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Trying to give a little hitting clinic to some kids.
He was great with that.
Yeah.
His interview with Aaron Rowand. Off the end of the bat, Bernardina coming on and hangs up there for him. He lost it, but he made the catch.
Ryan saying, I got to hit it to somebody else, but that guy. He picked him last night up on the wall, and that was a P right at him that, I don't know what it went in, but he sure did lose it. He's thinking, man, I'm thinking that ball's right between my eyes at one point.
I looked up. I mean, the lights are on. I don't know if he lost that in his shirt. Lost it in a glare.
Yeah, when it's hit low like that, it's normally in the lights. I don't know, but he lost it in something.
Here's Jason Worth. He's 0 for 3. He scored a run his last time up on a base hit by Wilson Valdez, which is really one of the biggest hits of the day, because it made it 4-0.
Those fielders out there for the Nationals right now, as wet as it is and nasty as the field is, they're saying, take the sting out of the bat a little bit, Craig. These balls are all smoked in this inning.
He did a nice job last night filling in when Steven Strasburg went down with the injury. He could have easily been the winner. They decided to award it to Doug Slayton, who had some really big outs to get.
Yeah, that's scorer discretion. I think that was the right call.
Yep. Outside, 3-0. Now the sun has popped out again. Day started with the sun out. Even with the rain that was falling most of the morning. And then we had an hour and 44-minute rain delay, but the end result is still pretty nice. 3-1 the count to Jason. And ball, nope. Late call by Chris Guccione.
And that went a long way.
And Jason's defense, I mean, Chris did delay the call, and, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's because he wasn't sure if it was high or not, and it was close.
There's ball 4, and there are runners on first and second. Polanco goes to second. Hey, last night was the fantasy camp reunion here at Citizens Bank Park. All the guys that were part of this past year's fantasy camp were out there in uniform, honored before the ball game. And you can join them next January 2011 from the 19th to the 23rd. Call 610-520-3400. There are only a few spots remaining. You can go to camp, get your swings, play in a game, and then come back to the ballpark next year and be honored in front of a sold-out crowd. Tip your cap to your friends and family or whoever. Get the favorite number that you would like. Again, call 610-520-3400. Here's Victorino, and Shane takes a fastball in the inside corner. It's 0-1. Still see some 20s and some 10s, but you're starting to see some 26s and some 28s and some 6s in that mix.
Yeah. Turning the generations over.
Yep. Off the end of the bat.
First started doing that camp, we had guys like Andy Semenuk come there, Granny Hamner, Johnny Callison, Robbie, of course Richie Ashburn, Pancho Herrera, Tony Gonzalez.
Pancho Herrera.
You know, those guys from that era, and now, you know, you're moving into the guys that come now.
Now, if that youngster comes, you know, gets to go when he's 30 years old, he'll be wearing a number 6 probably.
Yeah.
Or maybe a number 9.
We had Smokey Burgess there in those days, and Dick Sisler. Just amazing. A lot of the whiz kids would come. And now you have the different generations of great Phillies players that, you know, that fans go there to see.
Pretty good spot for that youngster, tucked out toward the bullpen. With a year or so, he's not going to be able to stand under the counter. He's going to be looking over the counter. Victorino checks his swing. They appeal. No swing, says Brian Honora. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
They're going to get some activity in their bullpen. The Stammen's really struggling. I thought maybe they, you know, he was fully warmed up and ready to go. Peralta's out there right now. Joel Peralta, right-hander. He was ready to go when that rain delay hit, and then he goes back out, warms up again, and he has not been effective.
Breaking ball, popped foul over toward the Nationals on deck circle and out of play. Carlos Ruiz waits on deck. Phillies have scored 2 runs in the inning on a 2-run home run by Raul Ibanez. They lead at 6-0, trying to win another series. There was a time about 3 weeks ago that we were saying that the Phillies are just trying to win a series.
Yeah. Win 2 out of 3s, you know, you're going to hang right in there.
Back toward the middle, off the mound. Desmond has it, flips to Gonzalez, who barehands for 1. Figured the only way he could turn that double play is if he barehanded and threw.
Yeah, that's a really not a good play. You know, he got away with it, and it looks great. It may make a web gem or something, but it's a dumb play because you can't double Victorino on a play like that anyway. And all you're going to do is miss his throw. You're going to miss his throw right there, and just cause more runs to score. You know, you go across the bag in that play, you're under control, and you take 1 out. That's all you're trying to do there. So, I mean, it looked good, but it's not a good play.
Well, 2 away, and there are runners on first and third for Carlos Ruiz. 7th man to bat in the inning for the Phillies. Carlos has singled and walked twice. He was intentionally walked his last time.
Figure they must have put Gonzalez in the game, batted him 8th, or batted him 9th, put the pitcher in the 7-hole.
Thinking that Stammen could pitch a couple innings.
Right, and then Gonzalez is going to lead off the 8th because the 9 hole's up. Been a while, I forget.
A liner foul. Ooh. As it splashes down into that area.
Boy, that's
beyond the tarp. Yep. toward right field. Mike Morris heads back. He's under it, makes the catch, and the side is retired. But the Phillies get a couple runs. They strand too. The couple of runs, compliments of that guy right there, Raul Ibanez. Acura Advance by McDonald's. Try McDonald's new Angus snack wraps. Everything you love about the Angus burgers in a wrap for just $1.99. McDonald's, I'm loving it. By Southwest Airlines. Want to see what a real airline is like? Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. And by your participating Philadelphia area Chevy dealers. Visit chevydealer.com. Well, the lunch bag Coors were the giveaway today, thanks to the good folks at ShopRite. They're the Cole Hamels lunch bag Coors, and they've taken on a brand new role on a soggy afternoon. Not that the Phillies need a rally cap at this moment, but they're used for some cover as Ryan Matson gets set to start the top of the 8th. Roy Oswalt won 7 innings, allowed 5 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts. And he's trying to pick up his 9th win of the year, and Matson is on to at least pitch the 8th. And Alberto Gonzalez greets him with a fly ball to right. And meandering back is Jason Worth, 1 away.
Must have felt they had him up. He was warmed up. Might as well use him. And he did get a night off last night.
So Gonzalez, who is batting in the pitcher's spot, swings at 1 pitch, which helps Ryan Matson's cause. And here's Nyjer Morgan. Morgan is a fidgety guy, as we've said, much in the same mold as a Juan Pierre.
Really reminds you of Pierre.
In so many ways.
Oh, yeah.
Stance, the way he wears his uniform.
Plays a game with enthusiasm. He can bunt. Plays center field and can't throw. But to me, he'd be a fun guy to have in your club because he can do a lot of things. More and more you watch them play, it's almost like they go out with a shortstop trying to cut balls off to then throw home. Watch it a few times with these guys.
Morgan goes down swinging. Ruiz finishes off the strikeout. 2 outs.
He's one of those guys that every team would like to have, though, in my opinion, because he can do a lot.
Hey, a reminder, when the Phillies take on the Florida Marlins beginning the 6th of September, it is a day-night doubleheader celebrating Labor Day. That's right. Game 1 starts at 1:05. It's that rescheduled game from June 9th. It lists as game number 29 on your ticket stub. Then game 2, which lists as game number 70 on your ticket, is the Hatfield Philly Frank Dollar Dog Night. Get your tickets now by calling 215-463-1000 or going to Phillies.com. You can call that number if you have any questions about the rescheduled portion of that day-night doubleheader. I think sometimes it could be confusing, but it's games 1 and 2 of a 4-game series now here at the ballpark.
That was a really good changeup that he just threw Morgan. That guy looks like he can really hit fastballs, too.
Desmond just got a fastball. I think young and old, everybody thought it was a strike. But instead, it's 3-0.
You've seen Madsen do that. And to Chris Guccione's credit, the next close pitch is a strike, not a ball. But Madsen kind of slapped at it and took a walk away. Ryan's one of those stoic guys out there.
Can hear everything going on down in the field.
Yeah, it's like a B game in Clearwater. One of those 10 o'clock games.
Over to shortstop. Jimmy waits on it. Desmond hustles up the line, and Jimmy throws him out. A 1-2-3 eighth inning for Ryan Madsen. Nationals retired in order. We've completed 7.5. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Phillies nursing a 6-run lead. Stick around for the Xfinity Phillies postgame show. John Clark and Mike Missinelli have all the highlights, insights, fan interaction, and much more. It's the Xfinity Phillies postgame show right after the game on MyPHL 17. Joel Peralta is the new pitcher for the Nationals. This is his 24th game, second game of this series. A 2.53 ERA, so he'll take over for Craig Stammen. Stammen went 1 inning. He allowed a 2-run home run to Raul Ibanez, and that made it 6-0. So Wilson Valdez will lead it off against Peralta. It'll be Valdez, and it looks like Dominic Brown, who is going to pinch hit for Ryan Madsen. J.C. Romero is throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies. Valdez is 1 for 3, and he had a big hit. A 2-run single his last time up.
Yeah, they walked Carlos Ruiz to get to him, and it looked like Olsen may have thrown him a breaking ball, and he went down and got it and hit it into center field, knocked in 2.
Down the right field line and out of play.
Kind of typical of Wilson Valdez, too. He'll hit into a lot of double plays, but he's gotten some big hits for the Phillies this year, too. And, of course, he's played tremendous defense wherever they've asked him to play. Good extra man.
Off the end of the bat, a 1 hopper. It's grabbed by Gonzalez for out number 1. There's J.C. And Dominic Brown has been introduced as a pinch hitter for Ryan Madsen.
way things are shaking out right now, kind of looks like Dominic Brown might run this right through.
Yep.
You know, with Roscoe going on the disabled list, Charlie's talking about that. You know, he gives him an extra left-handed bat. He has a guy who can run. He put him in the outfield, double switch with him. A lot of things you can do. So without Glode, it looks like Dominic Brown will stay here.
Well, and he has 12 RBIs and 44 at bats, so he's had some productive games.
He just needs to get some at bats. You know, this is a tough role for him, for a young player. You know, it's hard to pinch hit as an older player, let alone a young player, and they know that. They don't want to do this with him, but they're kind of caught in between right now.
Yeah, Ruben Amaro was asked the other day about winter ball for Dominic Brown. He said, you know, we haven't really thought about it just yet. A little cue shot foul.
It's kind of hard to get him starts, too. You know, as a left-handed hitter, you know, you're going to play Ibanez against right-handers and Shane against right-handers, a switch hitter, and Jason Worth's Jason Worth. So where does he play? So he's not going to be able to get that many starts. And you're not going to start him against left-handers.
Stays alive, and it remains 0-2.
Let's go, Damo, battle, baby. Let's go.
Nationals are home against the Cubs and the Cardinals after this, while the Phillies welcome in the Astros for a 4-game series before they go out west.
More apps?
I think a background. Looking for a background for the phone. Boy, that was heading right into the radio booth. It just hit above the Hall of Fame club.
I love to watch that scatter act. There have been guys all over the floor in there.
You don't think Larry would have caught it?
No.
I think it was headed right there. Look it up. Larry's tucked to the corner. I think Joe Gaines, who's the engineer in there, he would have caught it. There's Larry. Larry's catching the arrow. Friend just saw your question mark.
Yeah, I couldn't resist that.
And a foul tip into the glove of Peralta. Dominic Brown is down on strikes for the second out. Well, 2 away. Here's the Phillies' upcoming schedule. We said there's no breaks coming up. Got the Astros for 4, and then off to the West Coast to take on the Padres in a 3-game series. And then the Dodgers for 3, and a little stopover in Colorado just to soak in the altitude on the 2nd of September before the Phillies come back home to play the Milwaukee Brewers. It's so strange to not have visited California until, well, at least for the Padres and the Dodgers series until now.
We're out there in April
for the Giants.
Yep. Late April for the Giants, and now back to California at the end of August, beginning of September.
Here's Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy led off the 7th inning with a single, his second hit.
Then parachute into Denver for that one day, play at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, get home at 4 in the morning, and then play that night. So that's the stretch they're in right now, that, you know, it's going to be a grinded out day after day, one day at a time situation.
And the pitching staff, the starting staff, they're going to be burdened to pitch as well as they have been.
That's why they gave those guys like Cole Hamels and Roy Halladay that extra day when they had a chance, because there aren't going to be any extra days for a while, a long time. He pitched whenever you want him to, but you know those days came along at a good time. Guy has 200 innings already.
And in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Talk about nowadays, get a guy to pitch 200 innings. You got a guy with 200 innings in August.
And he says, as he said the other day, invigorated by the race for the postseason.
Amazing. Well, the cool weather in September will help him too, like it helps all pitchers.
Jimmy hits it in the air to right, not that deep. Morse on the run. It fooled him, but he's able to make the catch, and the side is retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Phils here in the 8th. We go to the 9th. The Phils trying to close out the Nationals. Oh, a sold-out crowd here at Citizens Bank Park, the 103rd straight. They had to endure a 1 hour and 44-minute rain delay, and a lot of the fans have hung out to see this game to its end. And J.C. Romero is going to try to end it for the Phillies. He's here to pitch the top of the 9th. 43rd game for J.C. 1-0, a 4.05 earned run average. And he is in to face Adam Dunn, Ryan Zimmerman, and Roger Bernardina. 2 lefties and a righty. And the first of those lefties is Dunn, who is 0 for 3 and 6 for his last 48.
That's why J.C. Romero's in the game. What you just said, Tom. 2 out of 3 left-handed hitters, and that's his role on the club. And even though you hope this is comfortable, why not use him right now and let him work on some left-handed hitters?
Outside, 1-1. Dunn has just 1 RBI during those 48 at bats. I mean, he is a streaky hitter, but this is even a long streak for him.
He struck him out last time he faced him too, to J.C. Romero on a fastball. Well, Adam Dunn can get into those things because he'll swing and miss a lot.
Got him. Tied him up inside. He's down swinging. 1 away here in the 9th inning. 3rd time today that Dunn has been struck out. 2 of those times came from Roy Oswalt. And J.C., boy, he had some pretty good sink at the end on that pitch.
Yeah, he threw him a good changeup in that at bat too. A breaking ball and fastballs. And Adam Dunn just, when he starts to scuffle, you hope you catch him at that time, because when he's hot, he can really be tough.
Here's Ryan Zimmerman. Zimmerman has popped out, struck out, and walked, and he fouls that one back. That ball was up in the Diamond Club area and then started to trickle down the stairs, went from the top to the bottom. folks scattered over for it. Just a couple more outs for Jerry Crawford over at first base here in this ballpark.
Started out as a very emotional afternoon for Jerry. Phillies Dan Baker did a nice thing down there talking about Jerry and his long career, and he's going to retire at the end of this year. He could conceivably work postseason.
Right.
If his health is all right. He's had back problems. And
he hasn't worked the postseason the last couple of years.
Right, because he's been hurt. Because he certainly merits it. He's one of the best.
2-1 the count to Ryan Zimmerman. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
So he could conceivably be back here in Philadelphia. Phillies get into postseason play. He umpires, but they wanted to make sure that they honored him to that, because who knows if Phillies get into postseason play, is he on a crew that's here?
Off the end of the bat toward first, backhanded by Howard, stops himself, finds JC, 2 away. Tossed that ball right past the hip of Dan Radisson, and JC did a great job getting over to cover.
Yeah, that ball has some funky spin on it. Look, watch it spin like a top away from him, and he's not going to beat Zimmerman, who's hustling down there, and JC does his job. 2 outs.
Another lefty due up, and Roger Bernardino. So 2 up, 2 down for J.C. Romero, trying to make it 3 for 3. Every time you see Ryan move around the bag, you realize that, afterward that he's nursing that sprained ankle, but he's moving pretty good. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Off the foot of Bernardina, and JC works ahead 1-2. Now the Phillies with a win today, trying to join the Padres, the Reds, and the Braves as 70-game winners in the National League. With the American League, the Twins, the Yankees, the Rays, and the Red Sox have all reached 70 wins already. 1-2 the count to Bernardino. And he stays alive. The win today would also be the 42nd here at the ballpark, which is second to the Braves for most wins at home in the National League. And a called strike 3. There it is, the exclamation point on this 3-game series. J.C. Romero, 1-2-3. Top of the 9th inning. The Phils have won the series from the Houston Astros. They win it by a final score of 6-0. And the Phillies have reached 70 wins on the same dates 3 games later as they did last year. And the Phillies, of course, went on to represent the National League in the World Series. Our Chevrolet player of the game, Roy Oswalt Wheels, was outstanding once again.
Did a tremendous job, no doubt about it. Roy Oswalt pitched 7 really good innings. Started off, things weren't going real well for him. Made a great play there, then really got it going. Had a tremendous fastball here today. Used his changeup effectively, his good curveball, 2 sliders, 2 of those. But he was Roy Oswalt, and he even got a couple of hits too. So that guy is just a tremendous pitcher, and nice to have him in a Phillies uniform.
So Oswalt wins his 3rd game in a Phillies uniform. Jerry Crawford saying goodbye to Mike Bookholder. His last game here in Philadelphia during the regular season. The Phillies win it.